He's a phenomenal control player.
Hello, Mr. Streamer. Hi.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hello, chatters. How you doing tonight? And by tonight, I mean today. Modern challenge at 10 p.m. today. Not even listed on mtgoupdate.com. They don't get to post the tournaments there in time. Yeah, neighbors are drilling for the past 5 fucking work days. Kurwa, no ja pierdolę. I don't know if I can stream in those conditions, chat.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Good morning, Mr. Streamer.
Let alone conduct a set review. No i co ja pierdolę i co zrobię? Nie będą wiercić? Będą wiercić. Kurwa no. When's the new set releasing anyways? On Magic Online. Tell me, chat. The pre-release is next weekend. Wednesday after pre-release, I see. Anyways, there is a prelim in 1 hour which we can join, we can play Amulet or not. Any suggestions for what to play? Ruler opponent. Solid list. I believe that's roughly what I play. Ooh, Kabira Crossroads. I was thinking about that too. To Vesuva. Slash. I guess it's basically my list. But my list runs more relics and more Chaos Totems. Not playing defense grid whatsoever. I don't really get pick your poison and amulet. I would need an explanation for that. Like, when do I actually want to board it in? What matchup is having Chaos Totem in play better than Yasharn? Yawgmoth. This costs 2 mana, my friends. Copying it with Mikasin Gardens is also really good against Yawgmoth. Holy shit, I don't have the play points. Instead of recording you doing the set reviews, use a text-to-speech to do it for you off mic. ChatGPT, please review the set for me. Then text-to-speech it. Remove the human whatsoever from the equation. So anyways, chat, are you excited about OTJ releasing? I've never been more excited for a Magic the Gathering set releasing. Holy shit, 65 points. That's so many. Treasure chests are only 1.78 ticks anymore. MH3 is gonna fix it, I swear. With MH3, everyone, you know, since everyone's hoarding treasure chests and everyone just wins a challenge and gets 100 chests for that every week. Surely they're gonna like boost up in value so much. Ooh, Megantic Silver. Nice. Okay, I joined the Prelim alongside Tundoslav. And let's conduct a set review of OTJ. I have pre-selected few cards that seemed worthwhile to talk about. Here we go. Have I? Okay, here they are. Grand Abolisher. Reprint, but I believe it introduces the card into Pioneer where it wasn't legal before. Let me check that before I go further. Last printed in a real set in Magic 2012, so that makes it not Pioneer legal. But it will be Pioneer legal now. It's not the real set symbol, but still the real set. It's because there are 30 cards with this symbol at Mythic rarity. This is like Aftermath for this set. They were supposed to print it into an Aftermath set, but seeing how the original Aftermath flopped, they just inserted those cards into the regular packs. So it is allegedly Mythic, but to my understanding, all of the cards from this mini set have like a slot in a booster. I don't know how often they show up, but they should all have the same rarity, so the Mythic is kinda just for show. Such as Bones Arena players. Yeah, it's to fuck over Arena players, that's it. So Grand Abolisher stops your opponent from interacting, might be useful in Amalia or Lotus Field. I give him 3 out of 5 Volcanicus. It's a useful reprint. Maybe some other combo decks even, who knows. No i co, mnie nie ten. Dobra, działa. Final Showdown. This card showcases the new mechanic. Spree. Spree is like Kicker, but it's formatted in a way where the cards are very hard to parse. You cannot pay it for white. You cannot play this card for white. You can play it for 2 mana, 3 mana, 6 mana, or any combination of the effects. An interesting aspect of this card is that it is an instant speed Wrath. They don't really print those. That being said, it's 6 mana, so probably not gonna be very interesting for real formats. Some extra nice utility on the card. For real formats I give it 2 out of 5, but instant speed sweepers are pretty interesting. High Noon, 2 mana Escament. Each player can cast more than 1 spell each turn. This card reminds me of the time where I was a member of the MPL and Core Set 2020 was getting spoiled. And I got an email telling me that I'll get a preview card And I said, sure, fine. And I was awaiting my preview card. And I was wondering what's that gonna be. And then they gave me the preview card. They sent it to me in an email. And it was a rule of law reprint. A hacking rule of law reprint. So yeah, I have some good memories with that. Epic troll, yeah, I was epically trolled back then. High Noon is a better rule of law, 2 mana, and then also it deals 5 damage to face. Kind of insane if you think about it. Sideboard hate card, but now it also kills you. I give it 3 out of 5 war canisters. Probably Pioneer decks will play it in the sideboard. It stops Lotus Field. Of course, it's bossageable, but then it does deal 5 to face. Aven Interrupter. 1 white. Bird Rouge. Flash Flying. When ETB's exile spell becomes plotted, and spells your opponent casts from graveyards either from exile cost 2 or 2 more to cast. Twitch chat says it's the best card, 5 out of 5. Now is it? Let's think about it. Since so let's analyze this card on its face value. It costs 3 mana, flash flying 2/2, and you counter a spell, let's say, but your opponent gets to recast that spell for as little as 2 mana on the next turn immediately. So when does that become useful? Perhaps against some spells that are very timing sensitive. Like imagine you are plotting a negate, then your opponent cannot cast it. Because plot is sorcery speed only. Memory Deluge, yeah, that's good. Wait, why is it good to counter Memory Deluge? They cast it for 2 and they draw 2 for 2 mana. But then, yeah, let's analyze the other effect of the card. It does not only apply to the spells that Aven Interrupted exiled itself, but to all of the spells that villain would like to cast from graveyards or from exile. Nowadays, people cast a lot of stuff from their graveyard. Because you pay 0, draw 0. No, you pay 2. 2 more, so you pay 2, draw 2 with Deluge. As long as the Interrupter is on the battlefield. So, I think like baseline, just to function as a remand against villains cards, Interrupter looks pretty weak, but as long as the ability can be relevant, as long as the passive is going to be relevant against your opponent's strategy in general, and or if the plot target spell becomes like just straight up counter for some reasons, be it negate or by countering something that cannot be cast normally, the card could be a pretty solid sideboard card. Look at 3 out of 5 is gonna, like, it hates on Lotus too, right? It hates on Cruel Ultimatum, Leer. Excellent Ultimatum, you know. Next card. Claim Jumper. 3 mana Vigilance. When ETBs, if opponent has more lands, search for a plains under the battlefield tapped. then repeat it once again if they still have more lands. They play main deck Ashiok, and this is a super better Ashiok. Jaki kurwa Ashiok? O czym mówimy? What does this have to do with Ashiok? To Fulek gave his own. You mean this Ashiok? What's like... What's it? What's... I don't get it, tell me. What's the connection? They play main deck Ashiok, and this is a super better Ashiok. I do not think Aven Interrupter is a better Ashiok than the Phoenix deck, which is the deck that plays main deck Ashiok occasionally, but probably shouldn't actually do that. Claim Jumper. 3 mana, 3/3 Vigilance, and then grab 2 lands. Holy shit, what a raid. This is probably not getting there in real formats, but the raid is just impressive with villain ramps, and then you just get to catch up to them. So let's say our opponent plays Battle for Zendikar. Invasion of Zendikar. And you play this. You kinda got them good. But will not be writing this card, I just want to bring attention to it. Yeah, you can get Triumphs and Surveillance and Shock, so non-basic planes does a lot of work here. What if you sack your own lands like Lotus Field? Holy fucking shit, bro. That's insane. In that case, I give it 2 out of 5 for real formats. High Noon, 4 out of 5. I don't get what's so meme about the High Noon name. It's a movie, okay. From 52. 1952 American Western film produced by Stanley Kramer from a screenplay by Carl Foreman. Overwatch, okay. I played Overwatch for a tiny bit. No, actually I didn't. I downloaded it and I never played. I forgot to mention that. Dust Animus is a 2 mana, 2/3 flying, but then if you plot it and play it once you have 5 mana, this is a freaking free Penslayer Angel. Seems not like the least useful card ever. It's a spirit too, although well, I guess it's like a 2 mana, 2/3 flying spirit. That alone is kinda not nothing, but good Cyber Juke for control decks, maybe? Yeah, perhaps. So, and then like if you like, it's not even like a juke. The way you play it, you plot it, and then you play with 5 mana to be able to interact on your opponent's turn. So I'll give it 2 out of 5 because it's probably not very good, but I think I find the card interesting. Simulacrum Synthesizer. Now we're done with white cards. There has been a whooping 6 of them, and I loved all of them so much. Simulacrum Synthesizer is a 3 mana artifact, ETB Scry 2, and whenever another artifact that costs 3 or more ETBs, you create a construct. So you might call it an EDH card, but to my knowledge, Frogmite, Pod Monitor, you know, all of those cards cost more while actually being played for 0. And then this makes 2 artifacts for every Frogmite, which means that your Thought Monitors will actually be discounted to 1 mana. Yeah, Mir Enforcer and Mir Sojourner. Sojourner Companion. You know, it's probably not gonna be good enough for modern, but at least worth trying out. Like the Affinity deck is sometimes somewhat powerful. Just putting 10,000 constructs doesn't really cut it against amulets and creativity perhaps, but it might be worthwhile. This would be red prototype card. Yeah, red prototype will be fucked up. I think it's a better legacy card than modern. Yeah, perhaps. I'll give it 4 out of 5 because making 2 constructs out of this, broken. And probably might be better alongside Ancient Tomb and Moxopal in Legacy, yeah. That is fair. J Syria Awakened costs blue. You probably have read it, so I'm not gonna read all of it, but in case you haven't, the trick with it is that you can cast bullshit with its ability, and that bullshit could be Valky. So you can plot a Valky and cast Tibalt, because the rules let you do that. I believe you can also plot the spells with no cost and then cast them. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can cast Rhinos with that. Or Living End. Or Restore Balance. Yeah, you can. So, of course, like, not being able to play the spell during first, second, or third turns of the game, kinda lame in modern. But, like, it would make it really slow to summon something with it, but in Pioneer with Valky, I can see some use for the card. How about Layla Emancipation? I think Layla Emancipation is for sure just a meme application. Layla Emancipation would let you cast your J3 Awakened on your opponent's turn. So, like, if it's your opponent's second turn, then it is not your second turn, so you can cast Jace because it has flash, so it like gets around its own restriction. But what you can do is then like you flash it in, and then you have to untap, plot a card, and then you still have to wait a turn. What about the blue scums that you can pitch Leyland's Subtlety? Holy fuck. But if we see Jace, it's gonna be plotting some funny cards for free and then casting those Valkyries. Notably, casting Valky, like once again, going back to Pioneer, casting Valky, it still happens on turn 5, but you cast your Tibalt for free, and Tibalt is, you know, it's a planeswalker that draws you cards immediately, so having Tibalt with mana open, that's good. That's a good angle. I'll give Jace 4 out of 5. Expect to see in no formats, in no decks. Duelist of the Mind. This is Nathan Steuer's World Champion XX VIII. So I think he just, you know, went to the R&D. They asked him, hey Nathan, what card do you want? And he said, I want Ledger Shredder but worse. And they said, sure, we can do that. So maybe in some ways it's like useful, but seems almost strictly worse than Ledger Shredder in realistic places like Phoenix or whatnot. Geralf, wait, let's read Nathan again. So yeah, it's like many of the cards in the set that trigger on committing a crime. You may draw a card, blah blah blah. This ability triggers only once each turn, and that means that it can't really go all that mad with it. I guess where it's strong is in standard with Raffine. So like if you play Duelist of the Mind and then Raffine, and then you can pump your Duelist a lot, but that's like A little bit win more. Geralt the Fleshlight. 3 mana. Legendary creature. Whenever you cast a spell, if it's not your first spell, create a 2/2 black and blue zombie rouge. And the zombie is actually a 3/3 or 4/4 or 5/5 if it's like a consecutive zombie. So Geralt is like Monastery Mentor, kinda, but in blue, which is kinda nice because Monastery Mentor is white, right? And then Geralt is blue. If not for Lurus, maybe Geralt would even be not the worst card ever to play in Vintage. Probably wouldn't be too great, but I mean, it's blue, it pitches to force. Mentor is restricted, I guess it's not particularly good right now, but certainly would be worth looking into. And being in blue, the cantrip color, is just very convenient for an effect like this. It also doesn't specify non-creature spells or even like instant or sorceries, it's just any spell, so you can follow Geralt with like an Ornithopter, a Mishra's Bubble, or whatnot, and you will get your zombies, and they do grow in a way that's also pretty nice. If you like play Geralt and trigger it immediately once or twice, you get a pretty insane effect. It is also on cast, so it's pretty hard to interrupt with removal spells. There was a Helping Hand Monastery Mentor deck in Standard, and I mean, I expected to possibly pick it up. Holy shit, it's during your turn? I haven't noticed actually. That's a little bit of a bummer. I am less excited about the card then. So in that case I give it 3 out of 5. I thought it's just any turn, but this is just your turn. That's lame in that case. Do I have an XLD ratings like usual? Actually, I don't. We'll just have to look through the vault for the ratings to be accessed for the late ones. 3 steps ahead, blue mana spree. So 3 mana, cancel. 3 mana, draw 2 and discard a card. 5 mana, cancel, draw 2 and discard a card. Literally cryptic command in Pioneer. And then also you have like the +3 mode, but that's just so expensive and kinda... I mean, it's useful to have it, like you can maybe have a Shark token and copy it, or any cyborg creature and copy it, or Yorion and copy it, or literally anything and copy it, so... It's useful. And then also as a 3 mana cancel, 5 mana cryptic command, 3 mana cycle through your deck when looking for a sweeper. I'll give it 4 out of 5 for Pioneer blue control. What happens when you cascade into this? You probably can pay an additional cost for the spree, otherwise nothing happens. I don't know if we can cast it. I don't know. That's a good question. If any armchair judges can tell us, tell us. And we're done with blue cards. Now we are on to Harvester of Misery. For 5 mana, we get a Menace, yada yada, ETB infests, 5/4. But importantly, it is discard to give target creature -2/-2 for 2 mana. So it is finally the solution that Living End needed to Daffy Voidwalker. Let's analyze how it works. So against Voidwalker, you need Voidwalker off the table. So if you have Harvester in your graveyard, you can Living End safely, and it will make it so that your opponent cannot perform the Living End you back trick with Doffy Voidwalker. So Harvester of Misery in the graveyard stops Voidwalker from working in play. Unfortunately, if Voidwalker is already in play and Harvester is in your hand, you have to kill the Voidwalker with it, which exiles the Harvester, and you'll need to put another Harvester into your graveyard to actually work. So it is not the cleanest solution, but it is a solution, and we can dream of one time getting something better. Which I guess makes Harvester of Misery roughly equal to the Channel deal 2 damage Goblin. Anyone remembers the name of that card? Well, it's not similar to Storm because you have the option of having Harvester in your graveyard, which is then really good because it stops any amount of Voidwalkers once it's in the graveyard. Twin-shot sniper, exactly. Holy shit, the neighbor is not drilling anymore. I hope they stopped forever. What's up with the set symbol? I explained before, but it's a mini set within the set. It's just in the set, basically. But the rarity is unclear. Those are standard legal and normal legal, though. Shoot the Sheriff. 2 mana, instant, destroy target non-outlaw creature. Having to process what is an assassin, mercenary, pirate, rogue, or warlock. Warlock is annoying, but I believe it's possible that it might be the best Doomblade for Pioneer in some situations at least. Wait, no rating for Harvester. I give 2 out of 5 for Harvester. It has a niche, but pretty weak one. And it doesn't even excel in that niche all that much. Everyone else is fair game. Holy shit, that's funny. Doesn't kill Vein Repair. So that is a little bit of an issue. And of course, stuff like this will... Assassin, okay. Stuff like this will arise because nobody remembers if important creatures in the format are assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, or warlocks. So, of course, Shoot the Sheriff will have some gaps in coverage, but seems like a decent Doomblade option for Pioneer. Next card is Tiny Bones the Pickpocket. For black mana, we get a 1/1 Death Touch, Skeleton Rouge legendary. When deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target non-land permanent card from that player's graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. So it is literally Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer. Except that it doesn't make treasures and has 1 less power and actually is much worse if you think about it. And casting non-land permanents, we're typically would be more useful to recast instants or sorceries because those effects naturally end up in the graveyard, so they will be there for Tiny Bones to grab, so... Maybe a standard card. If you never put non-land permanent cards into your graveyard, then Tiny Bones can hurt you, but if you do... then Tiny Bones might be a bit scary, but for the most part it seems like it doesn't do anything. I'll give it 2 out of 5. Insatiable Avarice, black, black, black. Target player draws 3 cards and loses 3 lives. So now Painful Truths can go into 3 color decks, but also into mono black decks. And sometimes I wish I had a spell like this. I actually would have added it to my scam sideboard the other day. Just black, 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 draw 3, lose 3. And then on top of that, you have the like 5 mana 2 card and draw 2. That's an extra upside, but less important, I think. So I'll give it 3 out of 5 because it draws 3 cards. Wish this was free of Omniscience. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I was thinking of Lotus Field with that card too, but I think the spree cost is a little bit bad with the current setup, so. Yeah, with Shoulder you can hit your opponent for 9. It's not nothing. It's a useful effect. Slick Shot Show Off is a 2 mana 1/2. Flying Haste. When cast non-creature gets 2 power and then plot 2. So the way you use plot with this card, you plot it on turn 2 or whenever you have 2 mana and then you cast it later with all your mana up so that you can cast many spells, be that cantrips, shocks, or protection. And I think Slick Shot Show Off is also a wizard, so that's useful for, you know, Flame of Anor in Modern. Unlikely to come up because probably Slick Shot Show Off is not gonna really be a modern card, but I mean, the prowess people out there are playing their silly prowess decks sometimes, so it's not really impossible, I think, but you know, wizards, lightning, and Pioneer. That sounds more real and pretty cool. And then Show Off plays really well against counter spells, plays well against removal. If you have it suspended, like let's say you're playing a Pioneer game, you play Slick Shot Show Off on turn 2, like you plot it, and your opponent who held up, I don't know, let's say Stomp, they're like, holy guacamole, I cannot use my Stomp. Then they untap, draw a land, play the land number 3, and they have a Fable in their hand. They're like, holy shit, I would really like to play this Fable. But then you're free to go, Show Off, shock your Fable, cantrip, you take 7. That's a shit ton of damage, and honestly this card looks really good to me. So I'll guess Slick Shot Show Off 5 out of 5 because it seems like a constructed playable card. And Pioneer, and maybe even a tiny bit in Modern, like a tiny bit. And then we are done with red cards. Holy fuck, not many red cards. But you know, the one that there was, just the one mattered. Another big scorecard. Vaultborn Tyrant. For 7 mana, we get a 6/6 trampled dinosaur, so it's a Colossal Dreadmore reference, actually. When ETBs, or another creature of power 4 or greater ETBs, you gain 3 and draw a card, and when it dies, if it's not a token, create a token that's a copy of it, that's an artifact. So this ETBs draws, gains life, then if it dies, it draws and gains life. It also draws for other big monsters that you deploy, which is convenient. And is this finally the card that will let me cut all the Summoner's packs from my Amulet Titan deck to replace them with Vaultborn Tyrant? Probably not, but I'll play one in my amulet deck one day. It's probably not very good. 7 is a lot, and 7 cards, 7 cost is just extremely high. But it seems like a good top end in some situations. Although most of the times modern and pioneer decks do not look for top end in that sense at 7 mana. I'll give it 3 out of 5, despite just saying that it doesn't matter. Colossal Rattleworm. It's a 4 mana 6/5 trample. Holy fuck, how big do they make those monsters nowadays? These stats on this thing, they're insane. They're off the charts. And then also it has flash if you control a desert, which you probably will not. Except that if you're playing standard, what are the deserts available? There's the desert bounce land. Crystal Grotto Desert. Untap DTB Scry 1. Tiramisu. Yeah. So it's a bit rough, but what is also crazy about this card is that you get to exile it from your graveyard to Rampant Growth for a desert at instant speed. That's crazy. Although it's probably like a standard level card. Because I can't really imagine this transferring into Pioneer. The desert is a bit too much. And I think Pioneer has escaped its Galta phase already. So I'll give it 3 out of 5 for standard because it looks really big and also useful. In standard, more justifiable to play some shitty deserts, like just a few. And then there's an option for this to have flash, and if you mill like one and then you use it to ramp. That sounds good. Smuggler's Surprise. I tweeted a shitpost about this card and where I pretended to think that it's great, but I actually just didn't think about it all that much at all. For 3 mana, you get to mill 4 and then you can grab a creature and a land from amongst those. So it is a divination at instant speed. As long as you're only interested in grabbing creatures and lands. So basically, Semi-Growth Chamber and Primeval Titan. Tooth and Nail exists. Holy shit, chat. Matt now M2. You're my favorite Twitch chatter. I fucking love your input on every card that you're giving, and it's just exciting and insightful. For 5 mana, you get to put 2 creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. So I was thinking of this card mainly in Titan, kinda again. Kind of the 10,000th card that's finally making Titan good this time around. And the more, like, the second mode lets you play around Subtlety a little bit, the third mode lets you play around Solitude a little bit, which is, like, not that relevant. People are scared of Solitude with Titan often, but it rarely actually impacts the course of the game. And, like, all of that with the buyback of getting to play Divination for 3 mana, that's interesting to me, although probably not strong enough. But when reviewing sets nowadays, you have to really scrape the bottom of the barrel for content, so I have to talk about cards like this. I'll give it 2 out of 5. I'll try it out. Probably cut it after 1 prelim. Pest Control. Holy guacamole, I forgot to say that I will never play Titan again because they're about to introduce this. White-black sorcery. For 2 mana, you destroy all non-land permanents with mana value 1 or less. And you know what costs 1 mana or less? This costs 1 or less. On top of all of the constructs, this is like dress down max. And it's gonna be quite rough. And it also cycling too to boot, so you can play it with impunity. Thankfully, white black is unplayable color combination. I'll shit my pants if the Gorayo decks start playing it. White black doesn't really have like all that many other homes, but I guess it's literally Hidetsugu. Yeah, it's just Hidetsugu comes all, but it's for 2 mana with cycling. What about Smuggler's Surprise, an original boss strategy which gives mana for instant and sorcery, insists that the spell can be carded if you spend this mana on it. Then you assemble an uncounterable instant creature, which... yeah, sounds okay, but not like okay enough to really play the Boseiju. So I think Pest Control seems really powerful. It really wrecks Urza's Saga decks a whole lot, just for just 2 mana, and has the... like, it's a pretty narrow card, but it has the buyout of just having cycling, and you can use it to kill like a Ragavan. Sometimes you can kill a Ragavan and a Dragon Radius Channeler too. Like, this card seems pretty significant to me. I think 2 mana for Hidetsugu with cycling is just really good. I give it 4 out of 5. One of the best cards I said. No, heck, I'm gonna give it 5. It's crazy. I think Pest Control is insane. I'm scared of it. Pest Control destroys all, while Hidetsugu destroys each. Could you explain the rules difference to us? Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less. Destroy all non-land permanents with mana value 1 or less. I actually don't know the rules difference. Do you? Maybe they just changed the templating or something, yeah. Make your own luck. For 5 mana you draw 3 cards, but one of them is free on your next turn because you have plotted it. Wow. Imagine if you plot an Atraxa. That's insane. Pillage the Bog. For 2 mana, you get to look at the top X cards where X is twice the number of lands. So for 2 mana at sorcery, you look at 4. If it's two lands in play. But then if you plot it for free and you cast it on turn 7, once you have 7 lands, you tutor a card from your top 14. This seems insane. I'll give it 3 out of 5. Satoru the Infiltrator is a Dimir, 2/3 menace, human, ninja, rogue. When Satoru and or one or more other non-token creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if none of them were cast or no mana was spent to cast them, draw a card. So Satoru seems pretty great because it draws cards. It's a 2 mana 2/3 good stats, menace to add. That's like pretty solid. Dresden says creatures lose abilities, and the new card says all creatures lose all abilities. Why? Because the new card is an instant and Dresden is an enchantment. So Satoru can draw with Ornithopter, Grief, Vengevine. Hollow. 1. Ephemerate. Reanimate. Holy shit. Cut oven. Sorin. When you put a Vein Reaper into play, you can draw a card on top of that. Why not? Does it work with Ninjutsu? It sure does. Ninja of Deep Hours is gonna draw you so many cards now. Omniscience, everything cycles. Well, every creature. Does this work with Ornithopters? It does, yes. Abiding Grace. What a broad net that Satoru is throwing. So basically, whenever you do a thing, draw a card. Open parentheses. Anything counts. Does this work with 0 CMC creatures when it says if none of them were cast or no mana was spent to cast them? The way I read and understand Satoru, and I think the way it is supposed to be read and understood, is that whenever Satoru or one or more other non-con creatures, so whenever anything from this group does this, enters the battlefield under control, if none of them were cast or no mana was spent to cast them, draw a card. So you have to fulfill one of those conditions. None of them were cast or no mana was spent to cast them. I see how you can understand it like as if that you have to fulfill both conditions, but I don't understand it this way, and I think it's not how it works. You can't fulfill both. Well, you can if you just like... If it wasn't cast and no mana was spent to cast it, right? But yeah, I guess it would be like no point to mention that then. And so Satoru probably is gonna be tried in many homes and it's gonna fit into many decks. It seems pretty insane to me. I think it's one of the best cards in the set. I'll give it 5 out of 5 because it definitely seems like a card that's worth trying in older formats as well as the newer ones. And I think this guy will have decks built around him in modern, or he's gonna enter decks. Might be solid as per Gorayo, yeah. It's a bit off plan, like it's kind of like a weird card. In that it's like a 2 mana dude that dies to removal, that like your entire deck is about something different. But it seems pretty easy to trigger it by just playing cards that like do normal stuff a bit weirdly. Yeah, Cryptic Code, draw a card. Like in standard, Cryptic Code is just a card you can play, right? It's a reasonable card to play. And then Cryptic Code just follow up Satoru with it, just draws a card. I don't know, that's crazy. Yeah, in Gorayas, I think this probably would be better in the sideboard than it is in the main deck, but for sure it's worth creating decks where it's like playable. Somebody mentioned Bloodghast with it, right? Bloodghast? Holy shit, that's not a Bloodghast, that's a Bloodghast. Every Bloodghast draws a card when it returns from the graveyard. Like, imagine like this. The sack outlet, Bloodghast, and fetch lands. That's also just draws a shit ton of cards. This guy is very good with Vial too. It's a good one to Vial, you draw a card immediately. It just seems so... It seems hard not to trigger it when like we start mentioning cards, and everybody brings up the shitty Norin of the Wari, which maybe I'll call it shitty now, but it's going to be a top tier deck in a week. But I think Satoru actually the best card for older formats from this set. Select sequence for 2 mana instant. Deal 2 if you've cast another spell this turn, draw a card. I must say, I thought it's just deal 2 mana, draw a card for 2 mana instant at first. Requiring you to cast another spell makes it a bit worse. But still, Cantrip Shock, 2 for 1, pretty cool, I'll give it 2 out of 5. Pretty slick card, yeah, that's well put. Lost Gideon. For 1 mana, you get an equipment. It gains charge counters whenever an equipped creature deals combat damage. You might have noticed how it's actually a reference to Umezawa's Jite, even the pose is similar. And the triggers is also similar. You get a counter when you deal combat damage, just like you got counters when you dealt combat damage on Umezawa's Jite. The difference comes with the activate ability of Lost Jite, which are all pretty useless. You get to ramp, make something unable to block, or put a counter on an equipped creature. So cool stuff. For the most part, doesn't seem to be doing anything. You can tutor it with Urza's Saga, but that means you will have to draw it occasionally, and probably you were better tutoring of something else with your Urza's Sagas. The one useful function of the Lost Jite is that it can untap your Urza's Saga with the trigger, so you can make 10,000 constructs, because for sure you have this much mana. I'll give it 1 out of 5. Played in Titan to untap lands. Holy shit, I have not thought of that. So Lotus Ring for 3 mana is indestructible, just like Lotus. And then also equipped creature becomes a Lotus and gets +3/+3. So if you equip it for free to your creatures, you can gain infinite mana easily as long as you reanimate your creatures somehow. So let's create a combo deck quickly, chat. Fervent Hampion. So we equip Javier Dominguez with Lotus Ring. It has haste. We sacrifice him. And we had 3 mana. Now we need to spend those 3 mana on reanimating the 1-drop. Underworld Breach, that's one option. Any other suggestions? Well, not much it does seem, so I'll give it 2 out of 5 because it seems too hard to finish the combo, but that's all. Lava Spur Boots means that your Urza Saga can haste now. It's slightly better than Ginger Brute and seems worth mentioning for that reason. Not that I've seen Ginger Brute in ages. I'll give the boots 2 out of 5. It seems slightly relevant and not particularly important. And now we have circled throughout the entire set. And that's it. Hakon recast Fervent Champion. You may cast night spells from your graveyard. See? So that's infinite mana. You use Hakon, Lotus Ring, and Fervent Champion to create infinite mana, and then the world will tremble in face of the knights that will follow from your graveyard. Six mana, 6/6 Armadillo playable in Quintorius combo over Herd Migration. Perhaps. What's the name of that card? Spine Woods. Seven. Ward free. Quintorius will be really strong now. I did appreciate the make 15 power aspect of Herd Migration when I played with Quintorius a tiny bit. But assuredly, I would also appreciate a 7/7 reach ward free aspect of this card. It combos with the new Desert Bounce Land. Holy guacamole. The new Desert Bounce Land is going to change everything. Let's sort by price. And let's see if there are any cards I have not talked about. How about Lively Dirge with Greasefang? So for 3 mana we get an Entomb, and for 4 mana we get to return up to 2 creatures cards with total mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This seems great with Titan. With Greasefang. You get to Entomb for either Greasefang or... Like, if you pay the full cost, that's 5. You get to just hit your opponent with Parhelion. Maybe at that point, hitting your opponent with Parhelion is, like, not all that impressive, but... It probably is, and, like, Greasefang's strength is, like, recasting it over and over. So in some games, and then the Lively Dirge seems... Okay, Lively Dirge gets 3 out of 5. It seems reasonably strong. I did not raid Oko. Oko didn't seem relevant to me. How come there are two planeswalkers in this set? There was supposed to be just one per set. Alright, Jace was supposed to be in the small village that followed, I see. Oko sounds insane. Did I also talk about Commander for Legacy? I did not, but I'm not sure what that means. What do I like for Vintage in this set? I think Geralt was the only card that seemed interesting for Vintage, possibly. I guess, yeah, Satoru in Vintage is probably pretty okay too. You can draw cards with Moxen with it pretty easily, so that's probably even better. Rumbleweed. 11 mana. Costs 1 less for each land card in your graveyard. Vigilance, Reach, Trample. When Rumbleweed enters the battlefield, each other creatures you control. Other creatures you control get +3/+3 and gain Trample until end of turn. It's why one ecosystem army. This card is insane, but I don't even know what to say about it. It's so strong. How are you planning to make your Moxen creatures? I just momentarily forget that it only triggers off creatures. So probably it's not as good.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Poggies.
My review on Aven Interrupter was that it's probably gonna be good out of the sideboard when it's a hate bear. Rather than just a great card. Or like a main deck card in general. Cards from OTJ Commander like Lock and Load and Crackling Spellslinger might be Legacy playable. They're very well might. I have not looked at the Commander set. Nathan got shit-talked for being a worse Ledger Shredder for most purposes. Although you might see him a little bit in Standard. Lock and Load, always bring a little extra thunder. Lock and load won't see any play. Alright, in that case I'm not bothering reading it. Since it already has been decided not to see any play. Let's check crackling spell slinger. Flash. That's good. Wait, it's 5 mana. When ATBs, if you cast it, the next instant or sorcery spell has Storm. Holy fuck. But what do you Storm? Let's say you cast Dark Ritual, Monomorphos, Crackling Spellslinger, Dark Ritual. You get a shit ton of Dark Rituals then. Storm, Lock and Load, yeah. Does Tendrils have 2 Storms? I think so. I think there is no reason for a card not to be able to have double Storm. I should print some cards that have Storm. Alright, so anything else? I can't wait to go to the pre-release and play Magic the Gathering. Except that my pre-release happens on Friday evening. And there is also a limited MKM qualifier, so... Oh, that's a struggle. What is the equivalent of a Polish cowboy? Well, there isn't. I think. What's verdict on Oko? I don't know what it does. Seems irrelevant. Like, it doesn't seem like a card, right? It's like a planeswalker. That doesn't matter. What about Obeka, Splitter of Seconds? 4 mana, menace, 2/5. When deals commander to a player, you get that many additional upkeep steps after this phase. Holy shit. What a line of text. I deal 2, like you know, you play it in limited. You play your 3 color, 2/5 menace. You attack your opponent, they take damage, and you say, I gain 2 upkeep steps. You're like, holy shit, bro. And you say, I pass priority, opponent says, I pass priority. And you say, I pass priority, and opponent says, I pass priority. And you're back in your main phase. Main phase, number 2. Caustic Bro. And Assimilation Ages. So Caustic Bro, whenever attacks, you do a Dark Confidant. But if it was saddled, then it's your opponent who loses the life. So saddling Bronco means that you were wasted value if you revealed a land with it. Seems like pretty solid and standard, doesn't it? Maybe. Probably not. Like, standard is not really a shit format. It's not like you can play anything shitty, but it is a 2 mana creature that threatens to card advantage and then also has an extra slight upside. Do I remember Pain Seer? Well, this triggers an attack, it's much quicker. Pain Seer was an extra turn. Pain Seer needs to play, survive, attack, survive, untap, then you get the fast card. 2 turns have passed. So much worse than a ninja though. Yeah, you probably will try to like play Satoru somehow rather than play Bronco. I like the word Bronco. It's a funny word. Is it a portmanteau? Obra? In France, Pain Seer is called Bread Seer. Holy shit. Chad, I'm in pain. No, well, wait. I'm in Spain without S. But in France. Voyons de douleur. Bread is French for pain, exactly. Assimilation Ages. That's a mythic rare. That's assuredly good then. When Assimilation Ages ETBs, exile one target creature until Ages leaves the battlefield. when Aegis becomes attached to a creature for as long as Aegis remains attached to it, that creature becomes a copy of a creature card exiled with assimilation Aegis. Fuck! There's so many of those cards where it copies something, but you read it and you don't get what it does, and then you think about it and you realize, okay, so it copies this if that happens, and it's never worthwhile, except sometimes it is. So when assimilation Aegis is attached to a creature, becomes attached to a creature, that creature becomes a copy of a creature card exiled with assimilation Aegis. So when you attach, you create a copy of whatever you have. So it's an Oblivion Ring that you can equip to your creatures too. Okay, so it's an Oblivion Ring and you can steal the creature that you have Oblivion Ringed. It's interesting. Maybe sometimes you can do that. Seems like a standard level thing though. Tutorable removal with Stoneforge. Holy shit. Stoneforge Mystic soon to become literal demonic tutor because it's gonna be able to fetch anything. Every type of an effect that there is. Really strong. Alas, let's play Prelim with Elesh Norn in my deck. Canister, the new green surprise will be playable in Legacy for sure. The green surprise sounds exquisite. Last seen deck 1 days ago, Merktide Regent. Let's go. This hand never gets there. This hand never gets there. I feel like that Medvedev guy is in every MTGO event. Yes. You do feel like that because that is the case. I'll try Smuggler's Surprise and Amulet. I don't really expect it to be all that good, but... Is Honest Rootstein good? Kinda not? I don't think so. Free subtlety. Now that's hate speech. Two Magus of the Moon. One Blood Moon. Two Annul. No wonder he got 2-2. Will we get to play? I don't know, so let's play connections instead. Immediately. See, you just like threaten to occupy yourself with something else and villain will immediately show up. I have to put back 2 cards, that's annoying. Let's do it this way because nothing better comes to mind. I think keeping Explore Amulet seems crucial to victory. Dzień dobry, pozdrawiam z pracy. No ja pozdrawiam też z pracy w sumie. Idly, I draw a bounce land. I can re-titan next turn. Even with a bounce land. What will I be playing this RCQ season? I don't know. I'll go to some of the RCQs. I'll probably play Phoenix. I guess I do not have Sorins in Vein Reaper, so I am unable to play Vampire, so I'm stuck playing Phoenix. I do have the Lotus deck too, yeah, I guess I could play that too, but that deck, while extremely strong, I'll also lose with it very often, so. Kurwa, no Tia dzień 3 będzie grać, 5-kolejkować mi tu. Frajer. Simply buy Vein Reapers and Sorins, I could do that. But also I could not bother and then I don't have to buy them. So we get my amulet forced. Assuredly the second one will be counterspelled, then I'll die without ever accomplishing anything. While also missing land drops and being cringe. Tia 93 pitched a preordain to his force of negotiation. And now he's deploying what? Another DRC? No, preordain. Scry top, so I am virtually dead. Two top, 0 bottom. Well, I'll deploy my 2 amulets and then die. Vampires is cringe. Look at me, I play Planeswalker, I summon Demon. That is what they do, but it did seem to be a relatively strong deck to me. which is good enough for me. Vele and Raga wants my the onion ring. So next turn I'll draw a bounce land. I have 6 mana. Plus 5, 11 mana. So holding on to Explorer doesn't do anything, I have to cast it. Unwillingness to cast the Onion Ring here probably indicates counterspell or something, which I can't really beat, like turn 1 Ragavan into hold up interaction. Not much purpose in playing this game anymore. What if I do board in Elish Norn? This had 3 address downs and also other saga answers. Could try to harass him with relics instead. Well, sub is not like I was thinking of boarding out saga. It's kind of not clear to me. Maybe I'm trying to comfortably slid into the loser's position with while sideboarding like that, but let's see. If I have to mulligan, I'll probably lose anyways. It's hard to play with fewer resources. No, wiadomo, kurwa, Anul, Sranul. I'll have to play it slower then. Czy jaram się nowym dodatkiem z kombojami? Tak sobie. Let's lead with Amulet of Vigor. Lead on rather. Sub it. Okay. Goes bottom for sure. Might just mean I get Blood Moons and nothing matters, but then like you sub it to prevent me from casting Ring after you Moon. Villain checked their top card. White mana. And villain plays Magus of the Moon, so yeah, fucking Hallowed Fountain into play Magus because why not? Hallowed Fountain. And a Blood Moon too. I will concede this game because I don't feel like playing it anymore. Although there might have been a ring on top of my deck. We'll never know though now. But opponent seemed fairly committed to shitting on Amulet with the Hallowed Fountain too, because it doesn't matter. And you get to play one. I wonder what was the white splash for. Let's connections. Werther probably. For Leyline Sign of Draco. Could be. Ear, scope, iron, oil, crest, brush, arms, reach, kettle, range, comb, steel, dryer, coat, shield, extend. Scope and extend go together. Reach and range. Breath. Breath. Seems better playing green splash with Pigger, Poison Questing Druid and blue-red question mark. Very good question. Brush coat, crest comb, that sounds good. That doesn't sound good anymore. Dryer brush comb for hair doing. Crest brush arms oil, coat of arms, arms of arms. Kettle dryer iron. Yeah, that's good. Kettle dryer iron. And then what else? Cold shield ear steel comb arms oil brush. Iron is a hair tool. Coat crest shield arms. Heraldite arms coat crest shield and steel oil kettle and ear. Let's think of the connection between those. Any news on RCs after Naples question mark? There was some news, I think, but not much. Drum, steel drum, old drum, kettle drum, ear drum. What's a kettle drum? What's a steel drum? What's an old drum? Well, I've heard of the ear drum. That's about it. Alright, Chad, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. We got a React Andy. It's titled Life as a Bokoblin, a Zelda nature documentary. Probably going to be funny. Holy shit, I love Zelda. Holy shit, they killed her. Top 3 things that put you to sleep. Sleeping pills, Canister's voice in this video. Honestly, agreed. It's been a little bit resident sleeper. Somehow we are still waiting for a round though, it feels like ages. The impressive part is the drilling occurred at previous and new place. I mean, so I live in an apartment block and I had lived in an apartment block previously too, so whenever there is anyone in the building like decides it's time to renovate or do literally anything, they drill and I keep drilling. And you know, it is weird that it's like taking 4 days, I think, at a single like 50 square meters apartment. Like how much area do you have? Like how many holes can you puncture the wall through? Your flat is also in an apartment block. Literally never had any drilling. Is it a new building or something? I don't know. Like the building I live in is not that new. So just periodically someone decides that they would like to renovate their place or something and they just drill for 5 fucking days consecutive. It was funny. What died? No, I just turned off the song request because the music is not playing right now, so it's only you who are dead. Or maybe it actually did die. No, it's fine. Request now, bro. Last seen deck 1 day ago, Gruul aggro. Alright, if we lose to Gruul aggro, then live stuff. We take 3 damage. Edge next turn. You think so? Which direction? Holy shit, 3 Swift Spears? That's too much, man. I mean, I might die still next turn. My Titan doesn't do anything here. Yeah, Seismic Assault would be good. We are chill, Colossus time. I mean, I'm not getting the Colossus into play right now. So I probably die actually, like Bold Face, trigger the spears many times. Yeah. It's 14 life and they just need to deal 3 damage and bolt. So they need a bolt and another spell. Yeah, well. Chyba no graj to bolta, no. Ja pierdolę, ziomku. No, darta, nie? Zajebiście. Ale przekmin jeszcze, nie? Czy zagrać se, nie? Podrap się po dupie, zanim klikniesz. We did the thing, we lost to Grul Agro.
He's a
Holy
phenomenal
guacamole, 4
control
pick your
player.
poison,
High
2 destructive
Broskies.
reveille, 3 blood moon. Doesn't seem like an Elish Norn matchup. This seems like a deck for Monomorphos, but no one ran it. Yeah. I mean, Monomorphos kind of doesn't do anything. I mean, 4 pick your poison and 3 blood moon, I just think I can't have Saga in my deck. Not that I have alternative spells, cards to have. In Relic, seems too bad. Need Fountain main deck for these nonsense decks. Fountain would have not saved me. In this spot. 10 fountains would be good. What did we lose to in the last match? Merc died. Why Fractask over Wurmcoil? Why Wurmcoil over Fractask? Here, got you. Flipped it on you. Is white tapped fountain better or worse? In this matchup it would be better to have actual fountain because I cut Elish Norn. In some matchups having the white source would have been nice, so. Thoughts on Cody's win at WrestleMania and where do I think the story will go from there? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, so. Nothing to say, I guess. Wurmcoil is a 6 mana card and Traktask is a 5 mana card. Titan is better than both of them. Traktask being cheaper at least fits into the curve. Holy fuck, that's a Tarmogoyf. Also, you can pact for it. No, that's irrelevant. Like, really, it is irrelevant. It's a 2-3 already. It's a 3-4 already. Literally, like, virtually has prowess. Imagine I had a Wurmcoil here. No help. Imagine I have a Fractask here. Actually, it changes the outcome of the game. Surely no Moon. They didn't cast a Moon last turn. They already had the opportunity to do so. They fetched a second Stomping Ground. I have a question. Why 2 Crumbling Vestige? I just find it a good land to draw. It is also a white source, which is nice. I find playing more Vestiges and less bounce lands to be actually better than just playing mono bounce lands. Too many bounce lands doesn't actually scale all that well. Like when you draw multiples, but when you draw like bounce land Vestige, and suddenly you have 3 uses of a bounce land with Amulet virtually. Still, while also building your mana. I like that. Can have a relic over the last saga. Maybe Barrow Downs. Vestige also a turn 1 source for Arboreal Grazer. All that, you know, imagine if one of those was a Vestige, that would be better. Much better. Maybe I should like play 4 Vestige. I don't know. It's like a bit bad in multiples too, in that you just keep piling on colorless lands and play, and then you can't cast anything that's colored later on. So I probably don't want to go too crazy on them. Good draw. Let's go, Tarmogoyf. Managed not to draw a combo land. Oh, GG. Well played, my opponent. It's a little bit of a BM message, but whenever, I'm playing Amulet, I get like a match like the first match of the Prelim where I just got destroyed by Tia 9-3 so badly and it felt so rough. I mulliganed to 5 and 6 and I never stood a chance, and like clearly from the beginning I knew I can't compete against the build that of the deck that he went with. But then you get a nice turn 2 win to take your mind off of that. It's just how it always works. Because after a bad match like this, you're like, yeah, maybe I should pick up a different deck to play. Just like this is going so badly lately for me. And then you just get a serve they turn to win. Which keeps you playing Amulet forever. They are right though, aren't they? Question mark. Who's right? Alright, I'll go grab a tea and then we're gonna play Balatro. Alright, Chad, I have a question for you. How come that whichever overhead headphones I use, my head hurts from using them? A little bit. Well, it's not that it hurts, but I feel discomfort from what it feels like pressure on my head, and then if I put those on, after like, let's say, half an hour of wearing, it's just noticeable enough to be annoying, and maybe I should swap to EAMs. EAM. Oh, AirBuds. Perhaps. Brain cancer, I feel the same. The suffering will end soon. Because it's just like I don't know if my head is big, if I have an actually big brain, but whatever I put on it, it feels like it's annoying. And I don't really want to wear it for an extended period of time. I don't think I ever had like headphones that would be fully comfortable. Your head is bloated by an early stage cranial cancer. Please visit a doctor. Dobra. Tiny thespian stage on main for saga interaction. You mean in Amulet Titan? It will never really happen. Not a very relevant interaction. Do I think that the new Smuggler Stash card is good? Good? No. Will I play it? Yeah. What is Thespian Stage Saga interaction? It's a very long-term plan. You copy Urza's Saga with Thespian Stage. Then next turn, Bowmasters. It gains the first chapter. It gains the ability to make colorless. Then on the second turn, it gains the ability to make constructs. And then you copy something else, so it is no longer a saga. And then it retains the ability to make constructs. Holy snap, the Fairy Hero of Dominaria. This card used to be so good. So then you have a Thespian stage that has an ability to make constructs forever, and it doesn't go away like Saga does. But, you know, it's a really long-term strat. You have spent so much time accomplishing that, right? And it's just not a timeline on which modern games are played. When am I uploading the new set evaluation on YouTube? I can try to upload it today on the VOS channel. Holy guacamole, that's the Murders at Karlov Manor cards Death Cloud. We're opening till I hit 600 points, let's say. Or let's say up to 1000 points. Right, 600 probably because it's just slow. Holy shit, those are extremely valuable cards. Alright, we stop at 700. This time for real. Sulfur Falls. Solid. King Darien Xlvi. Solid. Could sell the chess and buy wildcards on Arena. I could. Holy shit, 690. How's the sign? Holy snap, Deep Fathom Echo, Echo. Explores, and then you might become a copy of under creature control. That's so good. Let's play with the blue deck. All the different decks have different abilities. The blue decks... Wait, where is it? Okay, here it is. Blue decks, special abilities, +1 hand every round, so you just get to play more hands. All their example abilities are, you know, the red deck, which is +1 discard every round, which seems mostly worse than the blue deck, but it has some synergies. And like the yellow deck, which starts with $10. And then some of the more complicated other decks. Can grab Space Joker and then maybe play high card forever. Although I can't start with high card just yet. I'm not sure it's a good buy, but let's try it. King, Queen, J. Czekaj, brakuje dyszki, no tak. Let's go for a full house, we were close to it. And I guess a pair it's gonna be...
Control player.
Hope you have a great day.
I had an exquisite day, thank you. No, actually, just fine. It's just a fine day. The drilling neighbor is certainly a little bit of a problem when it comes to enjoying my day. Let's grab walkie-talkie. And splash. Then you can go high. We can play high cards all the time with tenets and fours. If you play the KKGJA, does it score more than KKJJ? No, only the poker hand scores. So like only, like if you play pair, only the pair scores. You can play extra cards to essentially discard them. And now I have a splash joker, which means that every card counts, which means that it actually does score more. If I play this, it's gonna be 2 pairs, but it's also gonna score the 4 and it's gonna add the extra bonuses. And we leveled up 2 pair with the space joker. The devil's gonna be more money. I think I won't buy anything else for now. Play 3 of a kind. And a full house. I guess I was kind of supposed to play the high cards, but that's along the way. Foil Baron. Baron is insane. And it's like the best late game thing to build towards. Why do I want to play high cards? It's because I had a Space Joker, which has a chance to upgrade the level of played poker hand, and like you can play high card reliably, so I was thinking I can maybe get it to a high level, but it's actually only a quarter of a chance to boost it, so high card wasn't strong enough for me to play right now, so I just played different hands for now, and Space Joker didn't really pan out. But high card is, if you get enough jokers and multipliers and some other synergies, sometimes it is not worth to play hands different than high cards, and just you can boost your high card that way and just keep playing that. But oftentimes going for a pair build or a double pair build is also of similar power. So we upgraded our 2 pair twice already. The ways to upgrade your poker hands are as follows. First and most important is to use planet cards. which come from planet packs. The less important one is some jokers do that, like this space joker right here has the ability to do that. Do I often skip blinds? Not too often. Pretty rarely, in fact. Let's play 2-pair. We're kind of improving the 2-pair hands by now. Level 4 already. Out of 4 plays, so pretty lucky. We boosted 2-pair on every use of the Space Joker. And Castle can be pretty great. A great cheap source. If I grab Fibonacci, I have a lot of points, but I forgot the Space Joker. Maybe I do prefer Fibonacci over the walkie-talkie, I think I do. I mostly skip blinds when it's the negative Joker thing. Oh, new round. Gerardo 9-4. Last seen 3 days ago, Domain Zoo. Okay. The last time you requested this song, you said it sucked, yet here we are. I must have said it unironically. Now 2-pair is better than what hands? If we go look into run info, we can see that 2-pair now has like a chip value and a multiplier. So you just compare the number, and 2-pair scores more points than full house, and 80 razy 5, 400, 70 razy barely less than 4 of a kind. No chłop ma napiszona niestety. Calling it a song is huge though. What else is it if not a song? Is a hand that goes turn 3 Dryad, turn 4 ring good enough versus Zoo? Against Nakatal? Kinda. Against Ragavan? Not really. It's a sketchy keep. But I'm a fan of sketchy keeps on the play. Random digital tones, spacebar question mark, no se XD. What is music if not tones? Random or not? I mean, clearly this is not random, right? It's engineered. Territorial Kavu Kava is coffee in Polish. I think drawing amulet is vastly better than not drawing it. Or a ring. I played Valakut to not discard that and also to build my land count. It means that I can possibly get Giga unlucky and be unable to cast a Titan, but just casting a Titan with like an untapped land doesn't do enough here, I think. In fact, it leaves me DOB, so I'm not into that. It's crazy to me that these decks play Murktide. It's a bit insane, yeah. Okay, no cards in Villain's hand. I just need to draw something. What happens when they don't have Leyline? They just fetch Triumphs. And Scion of Draco is a 4/4 flyer instead of a 4/4 flash, like Hexproof, Lifelink, Trample, Vigilance. Where Amulet? Amulet's stolen by Ragavan. We got robbed. They mulligan. No, they don't Mard mulligan to Leyland. Come on. Alas, this is death, right? Because I can shoot the creatures because they have Hexproof. Okay. Well played, opponent. Sometimes you draw 6 and you don't draw Amulet. And then you lose. Do I want Mother of Machines against this deck? Let's try it for the lulz. I don't like this member with no black sources against Kavu. It's kind of pointless to kill Kavu and like it kills you too. So yeah, what we played was just kind of a pathetic game, but happens. A little bit of an incentive to play Grazer. Bog for Murktide? No, I'm not worried about Murktide getting cast. In fact, I would not be surprised if they got Murktide in the matchup. So I'll do it to have the out of drawing a Dryad. There are reasons to keep the Grazer if I draw an Amulet, but if I draw Amulet, it's gonna be fine enough. Kavu. Kavu. I'll have to play the Chamber. Gurma Gangler might be better in that deck. Oh, I guess you said besides being black, but yeah, they do play reasons to play it. This got Dragavan, but I don't think I block anyways. 5 damage. I mean, I don't think Gurma Gangler would be good enough. Merktide Regent being Merktide Regent is like a strong individual card, but this a bit odd in a way they bother playing it, yeah. You got that mid canister. It's pretty funny that you missed first time Outer Worlds was free, then you buy the game and it goes free again. I don't think that's funny at all. I'm fine spending a bit of money on something though, so it wasn't that expensive. Let's see if Eleshnorn does anything to my opponent. Unfortunately, counterspell exists. Chad, what do you call... Alright, counterspell is rough, but I'll maybe draw more Titans or Rings, so I'll have to play it. What do you call... Alright, I'm not gonna make that joke, it's not funny. I take it back. You don't fall. At least subtlety doesn't work anymore. Of course, the decision to play the Titan doesn't pay off if I draw Defense Greed ever, but 6/6 flying. Holy guacamole. Wait, they have 2 5/5s and they do not attack? How come? Why? Ooh, Otawara costs free. Nice. Holy shit, I love Amulet Titan. But even Dryad would be a big deal right now. Play Dryad, play Sanctuary. Trigger Valakut twice. So I have 4 Valakut shots. But yeah, like this is like what's like the downside of Eleshnorn. You play her and she doesn't win. She like just sits there. Well, now we attack Baroder. Okay. Seems like we finally woke up. This got Leyline Binding and this got Leyline of the Binding. Ragavan gets killed by Eleshnorn just like in the story. No to musimy dobrać Tytana jakiegoś. Free Merktide Region, holy shit. Let's go, Titanos. We protected from subtlety. No i chuja, tam sobie mogę zbossedżować Leylina. Elesh Norn confirmed. Not particularly good against opponent's deck. Of course, my next two draw steps don't mean being exquisite. I was bad against Force of Negation, still was likely to be in their hand at this point. Alright, time to go 2-2. Two, 3, 5, and 8, and ace. And we want to discard club cards. Unfortunately, it already beat that. Should have discarded more. I should buy the magic trick because I'm actually looking to finish my achievement for buying enough cards from the shop. But yeah, I didn't free one with Amulet. I had plenty of 2/2s with Amulet lately, so a little bit not pog. A little bit not pog. Five is good for Fibonacci. And I'm out of discards. Currently plus 27 cheaps. In that case, I'll play two pairs. What we truly want to do is to blue seal or purple seal. Let's make a tarot card producing 2. You need pawns. I don't. I'm doing well for now, and I will convert into a Baron Bolid soon, where I will destroy everything and everybody. Discard hard emojis. Holy shit, 4 kings. I'm actually not doing all that well, or as well as I thought. I should just play more Fibonacci cards and pay attention to not discarding those, but I also want to discard a lot for the castle. Hanged Man can remove like an 8 and 9. 8 is Fibonacci, so no. Queen? No. Queen turns into a king. 9 and 4. Okay. Hang those. It would be better if every card in your deck was a king. It's gonna be at some point, I promise you. You just wait. Now I want to discard hard cards again. This should clear in one hand. Easily, yeah. I am rich, yeah, I'll save some more money. It can be useful later. Now we want to discard club cards. Plus 18 mold. No, plus 15 mold. Doesn't seem to matter much. I think the splash actually helps. Empress, High Priestess, Emperor. Could sell those, they stink a bit. Like, I don't really need a steel card. Maybe I can convert a 6 into a stone card. Probably it's better with splash. Or a 10. Or a 9. I don't have a 9 here. Sell this and use Emperor again. Temperance and Chariot, that's good. We can make a Steel King now. Stone cards counts always without splash, I know, but I think splash makes it better for me, but I can't explain it to you. But I had a thought process that made sense behind that, I promise. Now we want to discard diamond cards. We got the Devil. Can make a Golden King. Maybe. If not, I'll make a Golden 6. Yeah, this clears in one hand, as expected. I cash out. So my most played hand is 2 pair, and then it's pair. Telescope is nice, let's buy it. Let's roll once. Death. Maybe let's buy and use Emperor. I really want Death, so I'll get rid of this stone card. And maybe I can get something better than the Space Joker. Or maybe some like economy Joker would be better than the Space Joker. Played face cards have a 1 in 2 chance to give $2 when scored. That doesn't vibe well with the rest of my deck, so no. And now I want to discard hard cards, which I have none. I discarded 2, and now I am all out of discards with this purple seal 2 in my hand. So let's make a Golden King for now. And let's play 2 pair. That clears in one hand, nice. This is just free money. Buy and use. And Jumbo Pack, let's go. Can remove 6 and 8. 8 is a Fibonacci card. I don't really want to. But I guess I will. I mean, probably should remove a 3 then. Especially since it's a club and next time I want to discard clubs. I can also make a golden king and then... Yeah, make a golden king seems better. Golden king and then useful to get death. Get death back. Chariot, no kings inside though. Temperance to gain more money. Sure, let's get more money. More money, always good. Queen of Diamonds. I would almost buy her for the quest, but not yet. Now we want to discard club. Clubero. We got star. I discarded Fibonacci cards for no reason. What does discarding cards for castle do? This joker gains +3 chips per discarded club card suit changes every round. So it just grows in chips value and it gives you more chips, which is the value here. And then your total score for the hand is chips times mold. So a lot of chips is good to build. Or rather a bit of chips and then a lot of mold is good. Good to build. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm guessing it's gonna clear just by playing high cards. No, I guess I need to actually. But we have 3 Fibonacci cards. I'll just play the golden 2. Yeah. And there was 2 kings in my hand, so but it got kind of scary for a moment. Magician, half joker. Can make 2 pair even stronger. We have the telescope, so we always get the planet for our most played hand. Uncommon jokers each give X.5 mold. Alright, splash. I think it's time to go. It's eternal. I mean, that sounds pretty good. Can discard this time around. This is high card. Clarence Sale seems good. Buffoon pack. Card Sharp, for example, is pretty good in a high card build because you can always guarantee playing high card. So it just gets X free mold every time past the first hand. Might play it over Space Joker. Probably can afford to keep Space Joker, but Is there an option to speed up the animations? No, it's already sped up to the maximum. Well, you can do that in the settings, yeah. The default ones are pretty slow. Once you get used to the faster ones. Let's remove Jack and the 9. And let's play 2 pair. Discard spades. Only 1 spade, unlucky. That's good enough. The trigger each play 2, 3, 4, or 5. So you can like play 2, 3, 5, and this with Fibonacci, it kind of combos. But I don't think the Fibonacci will stay in my deck for much longer in my Joker pool. Maybe it will. This, I don't care to change any cards colors, and I can get a Joker from the Joker card, so I'll just improve double pair and go further beyond. And now we discard spades again. Play the 2 pair hand. Okay, we solved it in one hand, so wasted some castle potential. So now I won't be buying cards from the shop just yet, because I think I want to win the run. No repeat hand types this round, that's scary. Now you want to discard clubs. Let's discard 7, 9. Those are not Fibonacci cards. Let's convert the queens into kings. And now we have 4 kings for Baron. And play high card 3. I guess I can't play the same hand twice, so I'll have to play something else. Alright, I'll play a pair. Now I have to play something that's not a pair and not a... I have to play 2 pairs. I have no queens. 1 jack. 2 8s, 2 5s, 2 3s, 2 2s, YOLO. Well, it's pretty inconvenient actually. Does it even score? It scores, yeah, it clears. Good, good, good. You could actually count that, but I don't, so I am at a disadvantage here. I guess I'll open the packs because anything can be inside, and I'll be excited to open some sick ones. Guess I'll keep that. I think this run doesn't go endless. Yeah, I don't really want to replace any of the jokers too much because they're all pretty good. So like I'm opening the packs. If I open a clone joker, I'll probably replace card sharp with the clone joker to clone baron. I think that would be better. Or I guess Fibonacci. But probably card sharp would be better to replace than Fibonacci. Actually, Fibonacci doesn't synergize too well with Baron because Baron says that each king held in hand gives 1.5x mold, which means that it triggers when it triggers the cards. Thank you very much for the raid, Chaiken. So when you play your hand, first the cards are scored, then effects in hand trigger, and only then. Wait, actually Fibonacci works because it means that it says that each played ace, yada yada, when scored. It's different with jokers that just give you a set amount of mold for doing something. So I take that back. Fibonacci actually works perfectly well. I can't faint. Yeah, as you see, it gives the +8/+8, only then it gets multiplied, which is good. That's the good order. I won't be ignored. Steal my king. Steal king is good. And now I can temperance to gain more money because money is good. What's the boss? First hand is face down, sure. Could you have discarded some more cards of Great Castle last hand? I probably should have. I didn't have the suit in my hand that I had to discard, I think. Which is why I didn't bother, but I should have bothered to min-max. Alright, whatever, I'll play the straight. Seems space enough. The card sharp actually isn't so good in my deck. A5 is the wheel. I never heard that term. Sounds crazy. Let's make those mold cards. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Playing Balatro is very fun. AT is the Broadway, okay. Never heard of it either. Maybe that's something I'll hear as a Englishman one day. That does make sense. This is a king. I'll play a pair. I'll play high cards. I'll play a high card again to trigger card sharp. Yeah. Planet cards in your consumable area give 1.5x mult for their specified poker hand. I don't know if I'm interested in that. Maybe seems like worth buying just because the opportunity cost is a bit low. The Soul creates a legendary joker. Alright, card sharp, let's go. Played kings and queens each give X to mult when scored. Pivot from Baron to Triplet. Just play the kings now. I can reroll a lot and get a lot of cards. The kings are a steal. My baseball card gives X.5 mult twice. That's still pretty good, but I can't sell it. It has the eternal quality on it, which is like kind of a little bit of a downside. You could also sell Tribule and not bother and buy an uncommon. I don't know what to do now. That was a random discard. I should have left the ace instead of a 10. You know what? I'll just use the def finally to copy that. I'll play a queen, high card. It's gonna give me X to mult. And an 8. Dwarf planet. Any dwarfs in the chat? This is your planet. Let's make us ace into a lucky one. I think I ignored triplet actually. Upon deep consideration, I ignored triplet. Wheel of Fortune didn't work. And I played 2 aces. And at the same time, I played this game against Pat Chi. Yeah, getting the option to play 5 kings. 5 of a kind. If you continue making kings, the legendary will go crazy. It sure does, yeah. So like it pushes into a slightly different direction than Baron, but it's... I'm thinking of it. Let's go first. Yeah, if I have 5 kings, it's 1.5 multiplied each time. So squared, but 5 times, how do you call that? Not really. I won't need it US. Did I participate in the MTGO creator program by Daybreak? I did apply and I got accepted. Why not play second Simic? So that it's better if I draw Amulet. I don't have Titan next turn anyways. Like I could hope to draw an untapped land Titan, but I'll just play the ring instead. If I don't play the Titan, and if I draw Amulet, I'll play Titan with double Amulet and win. Thanks to the fact I kept Growth Chamber. Because now I'll pick up the Lush Portico and play the Lush Portico. Is it ever worth keeping the Growth Chamber here? Not really, I want a Amulet, not that. Did not reply to you? Tough luck then, brother. Stay strong. Oh no, my Growth Chamber. Only have one Valakut, one true Valakut in my deck, so Field of Ruin is a bit of an issue, but a minor one. Likely. Co jest kurwa shoulder, mi flashujesz? Two Bowmasters. Got me good. Holy guacamole. Hello, Mr. Streamer. How are you doing today? Pretty good, pretty healthy. No dawaj, zabij mi to, kurwa. Cwaniaku. I get to play Dryad now?
He's a phenomenal control player.
Cat Jam Jam.
Guess I could Saga Valakut now. Kill the Bowmasters. Of course can get pushed by, but... Maybe I get... Yeah, I think Saga Valakut. It's gonna be... hard push. Maybe I lose this game now. Point has how much mana? 4, 5, 6 swamps. 6 and 8, 9 mana. Demolition field. Well, rip Valakutos. No, we don't have that angle. How do I feel this matchup? I think matchup is good for the most part, but this is one of the games where I can perhaps lose. Unless I'm up against Iriel with his freaking 6 Shadow of Doubt main deck build. Then matchup not good. What does Karn grab now? Coating. Okay. Co tam kołtujesz? Growhammera? Dobra, no. Wyjebane. Letos perhaps would be nice. I don't have shit. I think between Balakut destroyed and all that stuff, I'm not doing too hot here. If I had an Amuletos and I could haste Under Titan, I would perhaps be able to start killing the villain, but doesn't seem worth attacking though. I think I missed a line though. I could have done Titan fetch, Tawara bounce and bounce Tawara attack, double Vestige, bounce Orc, kill Karn. That was probably better than not killing Karn. That was way better than not killing Karn. I would have two Titans on the battlefield, no Karn on the battlefield. Villain could have double coffers still, so... Right now villain can, like... coffer still. Coffer should just be an artifact land. Would that make it stronger or weaker? Discuss. Oh wow. Make 10 mana. Flashback Klingon coffers? Or was it just from hand? It was from hand. I think this game LS Norn might cost me for not having Wolfran in my deck. O kurwa, cover up. No to pizda, no. Bez Tytana będzie ciężko to wygrać. Daily cover up also makes the matchup worse because it's like an angle that's pretty relevant. Sometimes you want to tutor the same stuff again with against coffers. Let's board down the earth. Like I don't have cards to board anyways. Eleshnorn sucks. Traktask sucks. Let's just have another Grazer. Like, do I want any Elesh at all? I mean, allegedly, if I like play Titan with Elesh on the battlefield, it explodes. Let's try having two Elesh after thinking that through. Cluster in the earth is gonna be in my opening hand now. This hand is not particularly great. Doesn't scale well with like an amulet. I think having an amulet hand is a better strat against them than something like that. Sunken Citadel. Wait, I could have played the amulet. Holy fuck, why didn't I do that? Whoops. Of course I had the extra land drop. Oh, that was loose. Loose caboose. But I expected Demolition Field. I think we play Titan through Demolition Field on the Growth Chamber. Well, now for sure, because I have a second Growth Chamber, but even without that, right? Maybe if it also has fail push, then not. Wait, this is not Boseju. I can't. Of course, I can't get Lush Portico off of that. I was thinking I can, but of course I can't. I guess if he has March for Titan and then Demolition Field, and he actually kills me. Okay. Submit, hopefully never draw 10 the earth, except in a longer game with Ring. It's attractive to have Gardens plus Amulet. Weak against Thoughtseize. Really weak against Thoughtseize. No bounce land. Yeah, let's keep. What, like how many Thoughtseizes are there? Just 4, right? Oof. Through a forest. The least lucky member of this stream is me, chat. This is the song about stealing a garden house. It is, yeah. Zvek offensive Urborg. Holy shit, I missed that. This wouldn't be all that great either, but... Is Urborg coffers... No, that's 3 mana. Okay. Interested in besieging Urborg, maybe. Nice mana base. Okay, now I draw a bounce land. Fotsy is cool. Now I do not draw a bounce land, but... Yeah, unfortunately I need to play the Stronghold. Means you can destroy it. Another Urborg, holy fuck. That's 5 mana. What, 7 mana? 8 mana? What's that? Karn, Stonebrain? Stonebrian. E for 1, yeah, perhaps. Sometimes people board the EE. Liquid metal coating. No, spierdalaj, no. Concede time. A weź ty też spierdalaj, no. A zobaczymy, czy concede time. Well, I guess it is. If he holds the coating. He doesn't. What the fuck? That's so bad. You should hold the coating to use it on the amulet land. Now you can draw a Titan and win. I was seeing Grove Chamber. Because 8 mana plus 1. Come on, come on, come on. Grove Chamber or Titan. Chuja tam, kurwa. Pierdolony Urza Saga z Chubisa. Pusta karta. No justice in the world. Ay, no justice. Growth Chamber would be plus 8 mana, so it's 9 total. Transmute for Pact, Titan. I have 2 Vesuvas in my deck, so I deal exactly 16 to my opponent. Titan would mean I play this. I make green, I tap it. I tap it 4 times, I tap this, I have 6 mana, I play Titan, I win. The correct move for my opponent would have been to hold the liquid metal coating and use it on whichever land I play with the amulet triggers on the stack so that I don't get to benefit from the multiple untaps, therefore actually cutting my mana in half, but then like targeting this stronghold is so bad. Play the Vestige like you have the Titan. That's how I would play it. And then you have 6. Maybe now Villain realizes a mistake, but I don't have the Titan. Przemek to tak gęgolisz, nie? Jeszcze. Już się nie chce z chłopa w ogóle pisać. Alright, let's finish the run of Balatronics. Oh no, my castle. Right, whatever, I play high card. That wasn't too many points. But now we can play 2 pair. Which ones does this ask me to discard right now? Club. Okay. Can discard a diamond and the clubs. Probably the free too. Chariot, another king. Play pair of aces. The game does have scaling difficulty, yeah. We are on the so-called black stake right now. After you beat a run, which clearing ante 8 is, you get to click endless mode to play it further, which is pretty cool. Will there be a surprise night stream challenge? Maybe. I was thinking about that, but we'll see. So I don't particularly care about the endless thing now, so instead I'll just try to buy as many cards from the shop for my buy 20 cards from the shop challenge. To unlock the last voucher that I have not unlocked. Need to buy 7 more cards. It's the last locked item. Ale będzie San Francisco, a tam gdzie to kretowisko. Krzepę mam jak wół. Zwożę żwir. Mówią o mnie świr. Ale będzie San Francisco. Guess I'll buy this too. No cars in the shop, unlucky. Wstęgę przeciąć dam. Jest ściernisko, ale będzie San Francisco. Best hand 7.380 E15. Highest round 41, highest round E15. Best win streak free. Let's go. I do not play any challenges, yeah. Kind of don't get what they are. Holy shit, let's play only one hand, I'm gonna lose right now. I didn't realize. Typical needle moment. Challenges. Start new challenges. The omelette. All blinds give no reward money. Extra hands no longer earn money and no interest at the end of round, so you only gain money from the eggs. What deck are you playing with? 15-minute CT. Ride the boost and straights. We have double of every face card. That's pretty vicious. Chips cannot exceed the current dollaros. Holy guacamole. Let's play Rich Get Richer. Skip blind to double your money. Probably better to get into the shop and gain some mult Jokeros. Go for full house. Oh, that's a 4 of a kind. Because that means we get 20 interest, so like we get 26 anyways for playing. Plus 1 mult per consecutive hand played without scoring face card. Let's go. No face cards ever. More money. Let's go. Maybe we can get Pluto. Alright, let's improve 3 of a kind, but then I'm also gonna take telescope and just gonna spam high planet. High card. Oh, high card. Well, I guess I can't afford to spam high card. For now. Need to do something a bit better than that. Ała, to fulek. Jak mi na jaja siadasz, to nie jest mi przyjemnie. Stone card. Can make king into an ace, which is not a face card, and I can also make the jack into a stone card. Stone card seems good for life. Must play 5 cards, that's vicious. Nie gryziesz mikrofonu. Earn $1 per each unique planet you used. Does the bus stop count across rounds? It does, yeah, that's the purpose. Otherwise it would be a very slim benefit. Baron. Keep kings in hand and ride the bus. Makes sense. What does this deck do, lol? I think it has no special meaning. It's a challenge deck. Rich get richer. Chips cannot exceed the current $. Exceed. I mean, it's like the not points, only the chips, which is like honestly not that much of a hindrance. This earns $1. I mean, it's gonna pay itself. But you also start with $100 and you start with both vouchers that increase your money cap, so you just earn 20 every round if you don't go below 100, so it's kind of not too hard. Gains plus 8 chips for each 2 that is scored. That seems good to buy. Yeah, if we can make under a king or under a 2. Maybe it's better to have more 2s than it is to have more kings. Yeah, I can also clone and upgrade 8, but I think that's weaker than those scaling ones. It's early in the game and I think I'm doing well so far. Get another 2. And let's open the mega standard pack. Maybe we can get a 2. Ooh, a stone card with a red seal and a stone card. I'm taking those. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, if we can make another 2. Am I playing the new patch or the old one? I think it's the old one. I have not installed anything. Is it out already? I guess it is if you're asking. Or I can guess it is. Public beta branch. In that case, I do not. Oops, I will discard 5. I know that the Palatroman said that OTJ is going to give 31 chips instead of 30 chips. So it actually is going to be odd. Oh, Golden King. Sounds good. Let's take the 2. Ace is like a 2 if I strengthen it. But I shouldn't roll, like the money seems worth saving. What are the secret hands? Or say secret hand. Like you can play 5 of a kind, flash 5, and flash house. Those are the available. I guess like you couldn't really come up with extra ones, right? What are the meanings of those? Well, flush house is full house, but it's also in the same color, the same suit. And flush 5 is 5 of a kind, but in the same suit. While 5 of a kind is just, you know, 5 of a kind. Some great pairs. Sometimes I play a pair of twos. Skip. Played cards with even rank give +4 mult when scored. Does not good. Mult cards, sure. I'm actually hitting the chip limit. So I want some mult. The first hand of a round is a single 6, destroy it and create a spectral card. I have 4 6s. Let's go. I could take the Joker that gives +4 mult for twos, but I'm not actually playing that many twos. Polychrome to a random Joker, destroy all other Jokers. I'm not comfortable using that. Will I be ever? I can like convert into double Baron, I guess at some point. Perhaps. Like this is unnecessary, this I could abandon. Fastest card of a round has only one card in it, destroy it and earn $3. Probably gonna buy it over the satellite. Strength those into twos. Let's do that. Having the boost multi seems good considering the challenge. I agree. Well, like I need some mults, yeah. And right, the boost is a solid source of it. It's not that good. It's pretty hard to get like to some obscene levels, but it's gonna get to like 60, 40 something, 50 something. It's not too bad. I think I'll just probably be selling this hex. Aura. Holographic polychrome effect to one selected card. Okay, let's aura my foil stone red seal card. Yeah, if I clone a Joker, it clones the addition on it. That's called an addition, officially, I guess. Red Seal 2, I'm grabbing that. Foil Ace, I don't care, I think. Discard a Jack. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. 5 of a kind. Holy shit, that beat it in one hand. Chariot my king, sounds good. What was that? Strength. Ah, Chariot king. We can open the Mega Buffoon pack, maybe something good is gonna be there. Like a Polychrome. Into the Moon. This is a lot of money, and it's like also just good. I'll sell the 6 cents now that I only have 2 twos. I'll buy this, sell this, and I buy this. This is a whole lot of money. Because I earn 20 interest, I'm gonna just be getting 40 interest. Yeah. Trigger each play 2, 3, 4, or 5. Maybe I abandon the Baron. Or maybe I like sell the trading card now and just grab the hack, because hack seems kind of insane. It means that my 2s just trigger twice when for Wii Joker's purposes. I mean, trading card seems fine for removing jacks, but I removed like a few already. No nie, to fulek. Kurwa no. Holy shit, the fulek dropped my charger with my phone in it. Or rather, my charger was in my phone and he just broke it off. Broken off the tip. It's gone. It's useless now. Just destroyed my charger. Thank you, cat. I love you. Gold seal, sure. Never use wireless charging. Probably not much philosophy. No. Just simply use it. Decrease level of played poker hand. Holy shit, my high card is going to be demolished. Unless, what if I don't play it? I guess the Baron doesn't really do much here. I can probably sell him for something, yeah. Ooh, bootstraps. That is probably what we are after. +2 mold for every $5 you have, and then I'll just have a shit ton of mold and shit ton of chips. And just keep all the money and gain 40 money every blind. I probably don't buy anything except for playing cards which I actually want to buy for my quest once again, but the 8 is bad in my deck, so I'll not buy it now. I'll finish the quest someday. Yeah, Bootstraps is pretty good in this challenge, certainly. Whoops, let's not discard it too.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Nah.
No. To the moon. Red seal to my 2. We have 10 2s in the deck, so a hefty amount. Most of them upgraded in one way or another. Hello Kanik uses the new timeless arena format. Yes. Also Wizard Robin Hat, thank you very much for the sub. Buy the voucher, why not? Jack into a stone card. Strength on my... Well, I can make my kings into aces, but this is more 2s. Strength seemed good. I didn't have the space for tarots. Aye. I'm not sure if boosting high card is all that good anymore, but... The 626 chips, so yeah, we should be hitting it. The cap. But we're gaining 50 per round, so... Hello, Joseph underscore MTG. No repeat hand types this round, that's crazy. I assume it will let me play endless. Maybe it won't. But yeah, then I'll try to buy the 20 cards. Alright, let's do strength, full, strength to have less face cards, and then Those eventually can be strengthened up to 2s. And use Wheel of Fortune, hit nothing. Golden ace. How many aces are there in my deck? 3. No reason to buy it, I think. Because I don't actually want to like strengthen it too much, but I have the purple seals on some of my cards, so I just want to be able to get rid of some of the tarot cards to be able to produce new ones. I've been looking at old Pokemon cards and there is one card that just makes it up on Wheel of Fortune, but not you. Sounds excellent. It's by Pluto. It gives me... we have the voucher that makes it good. Good for us. Holy shit, we're about to play 6 of a kind. We Joker is at 826 chips. It's outracing my money production. So I guess hack is kind of not that useful anymore. No, it's not for every 2, it's plus 826 whenever each 2 is scored, and then it just gives that amount of chips at every hand. It doesn't have, you don't have to play 2s to get a trigger, it's just every single one of your hands will have this bonus. But a hack is not all that useful anymore when this outgrows my money, so we can look to sell hack for something better at some point. Alright, endless mode, let's go. Could use some more money. Just grabbed on by that blind, exactly. Scraping by, very large blind. Will we kill it in one hand? Discuss. Should I change my stream category? Perhaps, but I'm finishing the stream in 10 minutes when I'm done with this, so I haven't bothered. I don't know, I was supposed to just do the one last run earlier too, so... Give me 2 light. Just one more run. Just one more run, bros. One more run. There's a Balatro content creator called Balatro University, I think. And the guy just likes thinking about this game a lot and like breaking it. And I watched a video in the morning in which he actually built an infinite money setup. He used a seeded run, of course, and like routed it like a few times before, but he was actually able to like find an infinite loop where you can gain infinite money. It involved Perkeo, which is a legendary joker which creates copies of your consumables. End of turn, it creates negative copies so you can hold as many of them as you can. And you just use Perkeo to copy every tarot card, which then means that you can't get those in the shop anymore because the game doesn't hit multiples. Like, the game prevents you from hitting multiples.
He's a phenomenal control player.
And he just then looped Temperance, which is the gain money for the value of your jokers, which was at 50, and Emperor, which created the full, like Emperor cannot produce Emperor, but it creates 2 random tarot cards, but only it will prioritize those that you don't have. So he made it so that Emperor created the Fool and Temperance, and the Fool created Emperor, and then he used the Temperance, which was actually infinite monies. And I was indeed like, holy shit, IRL. I was like, wow, that's crazy, dude. I would have not thought of that. Alright, just a bit more money. Alright, I start buying cards. The Wii Joker outgrew my money because the hack makes my Wii Joker grow more. Mancha, thank you very much for the Prime sub. But I think eventually the blinds like outgrow me big way. So far I'm like killing them in one hand still though. But you know, Wii Joker is just like, it grows by a bit. Like I bid them by a multiple of something, but we don't grow as crazy. This is a way to scale a bit. Why do planets sometimes go to top right and not just get used? If you open a planet pack, you just use the planets immediately. If you buy a planet card from the shop, from here, because you can just open planet cards here, then they do not get used, and I keep a Pluto card in my corner because I have a voucher that says that planet cards in my consumable area give 1.5x mult for their specified poker hand, so it's just better to keep one here than to use it. But it depends where you buy it. Pikachu. You ever play high card with all the twos? No, I only play the twos for the Wii Joker. High card is still my most played hand, I guess. But like, I will once I need to start growing points, getting points. But now I just am scaling still because I still get to scale. That's my thinking. But just buy a shit ton of cards for hologram. That should mean we get to scale a lot. You can also sell Righty Bus because it does like very little actually. Compared to other stuff. Driver's license should be better than Righty Bus. X free mode. Buy a card to increase this. Let's open the Arcana pack, why not? Remove random king and 5, 10. Arcana pack. Remove king 9. Reroll, reroll. Buy steel card, let's go. Select. Steel card my free, I guess. I guess the stone cards are pretty useless right now. Actually shouldn't be adding more of them. Because they're not actually good. They hit my cap anyways. I trigger all held in hand abilities. It's not useful for me. Burn Joker. I mean, it's not better than anything I have, so... Roll, roll, buy. Wow, even a pair got to over 4 million. Yeah, that's what this game is about. Well, Bull Joker... Yeah. True. Still, like, Bull Joker can never hit the cap, so... It's kind of ironic, but I guess it just always makes it so that you hit the cap. Holy shit, I played 4 of a kind more often than high card now. Okay. Let's gain some money. Have I beaten any gold stake run? Once. On abandoned deck. I haven't tried too many more times afterwards. I need to buy a total of 20 cards. Let's check. I probably am there already, but now I actually want to buy the cards. No, only 15? Holy shit. What? Well, we'll keep on buying. Felt like I bought a lot more, but we want to boost the hologram, and it doesn't really matter what cards I play anymore. Like, I should probably play high card a few times to keep growing it. Unlocks are disabled in a challenge run. I guess that's true, yeah. It says on the unlocks that it liked you, yeah. Well, in that case, rough times. Plus 8 mold, holy shit. Well, we're not close to getting there, I guess. This is where we die. Where we die. Could discard for something. I don't know what for though. Alright, let's die. We unlocked Mud World. Extra hands no longer earn money. Earn no interest at the end of rounds. So it's Pareidolia. All cards are considered face cards. Eternal, negative. And business card. Played face cards have a 1 in 2 chance to give $2 when scored. So it's the only way you earn money in this challenge. Those are pretty funny. X-ray vision, 1 in 4 cards are drawn face down. That doesn't sound fun. Because you can infer what the card is most of the time by clicking sort by suit and sort by rank. But then it's just kind of annoying more so than fun. To me at least. Maybe for some it would be funny, but alas, thank you for watching. I will come back some other day and I will stream then. Stay hydrated. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps today in the evening. Remember to hydrate and hydrate. Take care.